Well, that's loud in my ears. Okay, that's a little more reasonable. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to start streaming in earnest in a moment. Zach. Zach's playing his Grim Dawn. Yeah, unfortunately, I have to stop having fun with my sorcerer, and we have to go play a conjurer. Okay, nature's finest. She's all prepped and ready to go for some theory crafting. Welcome, Zach. Letting the stream sort of fill out a bit before I start in earnest on this. Oh, I have to play this thing now. This isn't an Arcanist. How dare I have to play it? Game sucks. 0 out of 10. Hello, Cedric Charlon. Thank you for the follow. Excuse me for eating a peanut butter cup. Yeah, gotta love level 50. Level 50 is one of the best levels in the game. I think the breakpoint levels are like levels 10, 50, and 70. Because of... You get your second class at 10. You can start using legendaries at 50. And you get your augments at 70. What was I doing real quick? Oh yeah, I made a Mark of Mogdragon for this character. There it is. Let's get that in there because we can. Hello, Simpoomba. I love Twitch colors on names sometimes. Because I have that... Well, I guess I could switch it back to white and it'd probably work better. Because I have a thing that turns the Twitch chat to a black color scheme. And, why is it not showing up in the settings? Oh yeah, edit appearance. Huh. Wait, I know it's a Chrome extension. Yeah, I should probably switch it back to white with black text. Only because it reads easier with the colors on the names. Yeah, there we go. And like I said, I'll get started in a moment. We're going to be doing... Oh, I should probably change the name. So, this is going to be Grim Dawn. Theorycrafting a Conjurer. And more. Because that's what we're doing today, is we are going to take this Conjurer and we're going to fill her out. We're going to fill her out with abilities, devotions, and all that jazz. And welcome, everyone. Welcome, 14 viewers. And then I'm going to run her through the end of Elite and the beginning of Ultimate. Good evening, Yukari. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be conjuring in a second. Well, I've had this character, I've had it since early access, and it is... Hello, Mr. Zero. I'm doing good. How are you? I've had this character since early access, and she was my pet build. So she's like 77 in Elite, because I was just running her on autopilot through Elite. Excuse me while I wipe my nose for a second. So, yeah, that's also why we have 10 extra points spent here, because she was using Primal Bond and Conjure Primal Spirit. In reality, we'll just start right now. In reality, for a Conjurer, you would not go to 50, because Stormcaller's Pact, Primal Bond, and Conjure Primal Spirit are all useless to a Conjurer that's doing Vitality stuff. You'd stop at Blood Pact. Or, you could also stop at Corrupted Storm, because Storm Totems with Corrupted Storm is also another factor you can use in this build if you so desire. I don't have the space for it, or the points for it, so we're not gonna use it. We're just gonna disregard that. So for this Conjurer, these are the abilities we're gonna use. Wendigo Totem is gonna be one of our main damage sources and a source of healing for us. We are at the very least gonna get the totem itself up to 12 out of 12 with plus skills. Devouring Swarm, I think we're going to cap out and overcap, because we're going to be spamming it a lot to reduce the resistances of targets, heal ourselves, deal some damage, and it's going to be like our sidearm move. Grasping Vines, I think we're going to go, at least one of these is going to get close or to cap to provide some crowd control and to slow targets through our totems. Mogdragon's Pact is going to be 1 point, but I've already got Heart of the Wild capped out because I know I'm going to keep it capped out. Hi, Raiden. Welcome to the stream. Now, Oak's Skin, if I have spare points, I'm actually going to put points in it because it'll help fix our Pierce res and give us a lot of armor. Oh, thank you for the follow, Helper Hero. Welcome to the stream. So, plus skills, plus skills, they're not required, but they help out a lot. Plus skills basically loosen up how you can build a character. So like on my Albrecht Aetherray character, he has like plus, I think it's 5 to all Arcana skills. And that means he can essentially, with a lot of abilities, take 5 points out. So that's 5 whole points you free up to put elsewhere. So you can kind of, like, normally if you're doing a build, you sort of have like, it's almost a, I don't want to say it's a bell curve, but I think of bell curves when I think of the way you distribute your points. You have like a couple abilities way up top and then the rest is kind of lower down. And this flattens out the bell curve. So it should, actually it would just be the start to a bell curve. It would just be something that just goes up on a curve and you sort of flatten that curve out. Oh man, Sino's here. Yeah, 4K health without gear on, Sino. Look. She naked. We're going ground up on a Conjurer. Like, I don't even have my abilities capped out yet. So anyways, yeah, having plus skills makes it a lot easier to pick up a lot of skills. If you're doing a build that's heavy on skills. If you're doing, like, a build that's more based around basic attacks or just doesn't have a lot of skills it needs, you can eschew that. So I have a Spellbreaker, right? And he only goes about this far, or no, he goes about that far into the Nightblade. So he doesn't need a lot of plus skills, at least on the Nightblade side, to work. Okay, so back to the build. I know that Curse of Frailty is going to be a big debuff for us. I just don't know if I'm going to keep both at cap. We'll see when we put our gear on. We're also going to run Blood of Drieg as our heal and our poison resistance fixer. Soleil's Witchfire is going to be a general all-around damage buff for us as a second right. Sigil of Consumption is going to be one of our main attacks. We're at least going to get it to 12 out of 12, and we're going to try to get Destruction to 12 out of 12 too. Doombolt, we're going to have at least 1 point in here, maybe more if we have spare points, and we're going to use it sort of as a big chunk ability. And then, of course, Possession is at least going to be at 12 out of 12, and that's our general all-rounder self-buff, exclusive skill. I don't know what I'm doing on Devotion yet. We'll come back to Devotion. So we're going to equip our gear. I should go piece by piece, actually, on it. So, our weapon is going to be a Fang of Chthon, or Chthon. I think this is probably best in slot for a Vitality Conjurer. Oh, yeah, and I also want to point out that Chaos Resistance is going to be fixed by Possession. So, Fang of Chthon is going to be our go-to weapon. The debuff it provides is going to make everything we do just deal more damage, and we get more attack damage converted to health, and we have cooldown on it, and it fits all of our damages. We're going to throw a Haunted Steel on that for, again, more vitality damage since we're vitality damage based, more attack damage converted to health, and some Bloodthirster action going on. Our chest piece is going to be the Vestments of Drieg. This is kind of because I don't know what else I would use here. I don't know if the character can do, is it Asgrabarg? Whatever the big clunky armor is. Or wait, shoot. I think I'm just going to equip the Vestments of Drieg. I grabbed the wrong one. Stormcaller's Pact is better for Sigil Conjurer. Let's see about that. Is it the crit damage, Sino? Here, hang on a sec. I have to get something out of my GD stash. I grabbed the wrong chest piece. That's pretty funny. I wanted the other Drieg's chest piece. The Dread Armor of Azragar is the one I won't be going with because I don't think I have the physique for it. What in the hell is that thing's name? Vestments of the Great Guardian is what I meant to grab up. I only have like 3 of them. Yeah, the crit damage. So yeah, let's just do that. Okay, so our chest piece is going to be Vestments of the Great Guardian. Well, no. Actually, I think I did have the right one. Well, no. Yeah, never mind. We're going to use we'll use the Shroud of Drieg for now. I'm getting all mixed up on what I want to go with my equipment here. So I'm going to get a different chest piece. We're just going to go with this for now. It's got chaos damage, vitality damage, some good health. It's got energy regen if we need that. And we're going to have a lot of vitality resistance out of this. So, Boneweave leggings are going to be our pants. It's the +2 to our main abilities, and the free sigils is why we want this. Our shoulders are going to be the Blood Fury Spalders. Again, it's going to hit all of our main things, and 2 of our main abilities get pluses. We also get the Blood Fury proc, which is a pretty nice little proc, even though we don't gain anything from the attack or casting speed. Our gloves are going to be Elite Rewari handguards, and this is for a lack of a better pair of gloves right now. Not that the Elite Rewari handguards are bad. Our boots are Voidwalker foot pads. Again, it's hitting a lot of our main things, so we're just going to throw them on, and the shield it grants is really, really great. Our helmet is going to be the Elite Death's Vigil. It is a Vitality helmet, and I don't have a better helmet right now. Not that this, again, is a bad helmet, given that we get these Lifestealer Novas every time we're hit. Well, chance on hit. It'll happen probably more than you think it will. Our belt is going to be the Boneweave Girdle. Again, Sigil of Consumption bonuses. The Wave of Souls is a pretty helpful proc. The Mark of the Apostate is going to be our medal, and it just hits everything we want. And we sort of get this nice increased maximum elemental reses going on here. So it's almost like Mark of Divinity, but not with a crazy broken proc. Our relic is Soleil's Decimation, and I have one that has the most useful completion bonuses for this character ever. So we're just going to click that in there. Empowered Death Ward is our amulet. A Death's Life Seal is one of our rings, and we have a Signet of the Dam for the other ring. And more Sigil of Consumptions, obviously, is pretty cool. So we also have the Skull of Gul'Amash. And the Skull of Gul'Amash has another shield for us. 4,000 physical damage, which is pretty cool. On top of basically being the all-around best in slot thing for us, for our character. So, we have points to spend now. We're going to put immediately 8 into possession to cap that out. So, Sigil of Consumption is already over-capped. So, I'll come back to it. Let's get these two, though. Get our Mastery abilities up. Now, we're going to respec 2 points out of that each. And yeah, we're going to have to put 9 points on this now. Shaman side, we want this at least at 12 out of 12. And, let's see here. I think we're going to at least put 10 points on that. Okay, so we got 7 points left. Where should I put these 7 points? 9 points left. We have 9 points left. No, we have 11 points left. Anyone voting on where I should put these points, or giving me advice on it, so I can better make a Conjurer, based off of people's advice on how they played it. I kind of want to put them onto Grasping Vines, because as we rotate our traps, we'll get a slow going on. And with that slow, we should be able to have enemies just stay in our traps for longer. I could put it on Blood Pact and get more vitality damage into our Wendigo totem. I could put it in Oak Skin, build up our armor and pierce resistance. I could put it in Doombolt, get bigger Doombolts. So chat, what should I put these points on? I'm really leaning on Grasping Vines, unless anyone tells me otherwise. Yes? No? James, you're a madman. What are you doing? Or I could even get destruction built up too, but we're not super chaos damage based. Yeah, let's put this stuff on. I only have the 3 buffs, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's a personal preference thing. I'm just trying to get some feedback on this character right now. Hey, Silent Souls. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm gonna try it out when I get to Ultimate with this character. We are all sorts of glowy now. I could also strip the point out of Doombolt if I really wanted to. So, I mean, I think I'll go with Grasping Vines for now, and I can always switch it later. So I think that's that. Now we just need to build up our resistances and junk. So, well, actually we should do our devotion first and then do components and augments. Okay, devotion is where I'm really... Oh, yeah. It's a lot of vitality damage, but it's like we're not dealing attack damage with anything. I'm still going to one-pointer it, though. I think I will move points out of it, though. So, those 9 points, I think we're going to do on Doombolt. I want to try Doombolt out at its fullest and see how much damage it actually deals. It's always been one of those abilities where it's like, you compare it to something like Devastation, and you kind of want Doombolt to be more like Devastation. Now, I don't know that we'll have enough health regen with this character. Oh, that's new. We have 145 health regen. We might get more, depending on her devotion layout. Shustino. You know I'm not one to overcap things willy-nilly. Though I could if you guys think it's a much, much better idea than what I'm doing. So, yeah, devotion. The way I'm thinking of doing it is the same way as my Witchblade. And I'd like advice on this. Which is we go and we pick up Tree of Life. And we pick up the Dying God. This way with Tree of Life we get a lot of defenses on ourselves. And we have some innate health regen on top of all the healing we're going to get from our abilities. And then we Dying God. Sounds like a plan. I will absolutely ignore you more than I usually do. Yeah, keep in mind I am kind of hoping the chat will give me insight on this. Okay, so a real quick aside. So energy absorbed from enemy spells means if an enemy hits you with something that costs energy, you will gain energy back as a percent of the cost of that ability's energy. So like if an enemy uses something that costs, 10 energy, you'll gain 1.5 from it. Yeah, that would be part of it, is getting scales. Because, I mean, even at level 1, it's 1,000 vitality damage as a heal. It's just that investing that much in Law just makes me think, like, we were already investing that much in Primordial to get the Dying God. So I'm kind of thinking, well, it's only 5 more in Primordial. I also don't have my full devotion points with this character yet. That's something I gotta work on with her. Like, we're still in Elite, technically, so, because I tried so hard to get her pet build to work, it just didn't, though. So yeah, I guess I'll just go through with the plan I have in my head. Usually it works out. Let's do that. And we'll do that on Malkraken's Pact. So this is going to self-support with its Law. Then on Soleil's. Oh, no, wait, I did that wrong. We need that 1 point right there. So that's all the Law we would need. Now for Chaos, I know the Viper is going to be part of it. So let's just get that out of the way. I don't know that we'll need that Chaos point, but we might. So we only need Dying God. We only need 8. 8 for the Dying God. Thank you for the follow, Origin WVU. welcome to the stream. So, yeah, the lizard's 4. Okay, yeah, so we can get that 20 easily. 15 and 8. So, well, I mean, yeah, I think we actually do need that point there, but we would go like this. And that's our 8 for the dying god. So if we do those, we have the dying god unlocked. We can't get his ability though. We're a point short. Thank you for the follow, Prince Xavian23. But if we do this, I think I'll just get the requirements out of the way. Yeah, we can get Tree of Life and the Dying God pretty easily. So we got the 2 things we want. And I guess I'll start into the Dying God now, since that's our DPS thing. I actually think I'm fine on energy regen. Yeah, 99 should be good for her. Okay, we need to fix our resistances now. So, except for chaos and vitality and poison, we're good. We have to get everything else in here. So I'm gonna need, I believe, a silk swatch. Yeah, I think we're gonna need at least 2 silk swatches. Hello, Origin. So let's see. Let's get the plating out of the way. We're going to start on these swatches because it fixes bleed and pierce. Yeah, it's pretty much just, we're pretty much just going to hammer out vitality damage. We have a lot of bleed damage in the build, though. Well, we have some bleeding damage in the build. It's mostly focusing on our vitality and our chaos. So let's see here. I think we're going to do just corpse dust on that. Or frozen hearts. Okay, let's do frozen hearts on our rings. Get the freeze reduction in there. Amulet. Let's do a dread skull. Wait, should we do a dread skull? Because I could also see doing... Because, I mean, 2 dread skulls. We'll get the movement speed out of it. That's more for, like, a bleeding build, I think. Yeah, I don't have the points for Storm Totem with this guy. It's totally an option, though. I'm not discounting it in any way, shape, or form. Let's see. I think I'm just going to go for a corpse dust on it for the extra health. But if anyone else has any other options, wouldn't mind hearing. Yeah, that is true. With all the health steal you have, all the healing that this character has, I might not need grasping vines. I might be able to flip those points elsewhere. Let's see. I need a lot of these resistance things. I know where I can get fire lightning. I'm gonna probably do fire lightning on the augments from Homestead. I actually think I might need just another straight up silk swatch for this character for the chest piece. Because the bleed is like oddly difficult to get with this character. Does this have bleed res? It's just pierce, isn't it? Yeah. Even though we do have bleed reduction, I still don't want to be trapped out there. And I can obviously switch this later. Yeah, 80 on the bleed's fine. Because we can get the pierce res. We can actually get that on augments too. Aether, I think I just decided what I'm going to be doing for my... I think we need another Aether Soul. I know it's not... Jeez, that needs a Wrathstone? Wow. I know these are more for... Oh, we need 2 more Wrathstones, don't we? Okay. Now, the reason I'm doing a pair of Aether Souls here is we need Aether Res. It's not the most important damage to get resistance for, but I want some. Like for when we encounter Aetherials, I don't want to immediately get my face pushed in by Aetherials. And I don't need any more Chaos Res. Because, I mean, we've got that covered. So that one augment from the Black Legion wouldn't really work for this character as much. Okay, so I think I just need a component for my belt. And we're going to go, I think, with a molten skin. Because that should equal out our lightning and fire reses at least a little bit. So do I even have a molten skin? I don't even have a molten skin. That's our fire res thing, right? Yep. Okay, so we've got our augments, or we got our components. Hey, Altair 2012. So, cooldown reduction, the most I've ever gotten is about 40%. And with Ring of Steel, I don't know the cooldown on that by heart. But that's not fully cooldown. But that means you can use a lot of Rings of Steel if you have about 30%. Okay, let's get these armor augments out of the way. We need this one. Let's go with 3 for now. 4. We'll go with 4 for now. Because I'm very organized with my armor augments. So if we do them all on this side... Oh man, we still need more, I think. I might have to do some trading out to get more elemental res, just so these two get built up. Because we still also need just straight up pierce res. No problem, Altair. There are certain things you can do to kind of game your... Oh, right. Alright, the Pierce Res one is just in Devil's Crossing. So, there are a couple things you can do to kind of game the cooldown system in the game. Specifically, this Devotion ability. So Origin, the reason I didn't go for any poison res is because of Blood of Drieg. Blood of Drieg gives us 100%. So I've got poison res covered as long as I maintain that, which is really easy to do. So we'll go with 3 of those. It's not looking bad. We are going to test out Doombolt today when we get into Ultimates. It's just, I've never used it a lot, so I wouldn't know. No problem. No problem, Origin. So for rings and amulets, we're just going to start with these 3 for our rings and our amulets. The Survivor's Ingenuity. Because our offensive ability is kind of hurting a little bit. Yeah, so Soleil's, the way the game works is flat damage. So like the chaos damage from the first part only applies to your weapon swing attacks. So anything that says weapon damage, it'll get applied to. I don't think... So like Soleil's, if you have, say, Primal Strike, I don't think you'd ever end up doing this, but let's say you are using Soleil's Witchfire with Primal Strike for whatever ungodly reason. The Soleil's would be worked into your main hand attack. Because it says main hand damage. Now, the percent damage is applied to, let's say, this part, where it has percent chaos damage. If you were using, like, the Blood Orb of Cthon to convert the elemental to chaos, then it would apply to the chaos damage the thing is dealing. Percents apply to everything attached to, say, like that 22% chaos damage applies to everything that deals chaos damage. Same thing with the vitality damage there. But the flat damages are only added to your weapon attacks. Now, I don't know what weapon augments I want to use. Let's look at Death's Vigil. I don't think they have any, but I actually want to see their ring stuff anyways, because it might be an improvement over what we got. I think I might go with that, actually. Or a Baruch's Anguish. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. Well, I'll go with that later. I'll buy a stack of them just because I can. See, we need more offensive ability, and we need more elemental res. Those are my 2 big things I'm missing right now. And I think I'm going to have to actually go get gear for that. Yep, Altair, that is exactly what we're doing. We are doing a Conjurer that's based around throwing down totems and sigils. What do these guys have for me? I'll also point out that's a really good one. Actually, Mugdragon's Sanctity. I'll buy a stack of these. I don't know if I want to use... which one I want to use out of the 3 of these. I haven't decided yet. Okay. Yeah, the Outcast sort of has all of them. I'm just going to check the others first. This is how I do it when I work on a character where I don't know the augments exactly. Do I even have her capped out? I don't have her capped out yet. So yeah, this isn't optimal, but it has offensive ability, so we're going to use that for now. We're about 400 down on it where I want to be. But let's head up to the fort. Now, also, this is going to take time for me to learn the pattern of the character, which is why I don't mind being an elite, actually. This character was a pet build beforehand, and now that we're not a pet build, it's like I don't know exactly how I'm going to do my rotation with her. So yeah, the vitality damage ones are that one? Yeah. Now, I don't actually think I'm going to use these, even though we're heavy on vitality damage. I think I'm going to use the chaos ones. Only because of that offensive ability on there. And the health. Generally speaking, I like to pick that up. I like things that do all-rounder stuff. That's why I love Creed's Cunning for most characters. Because, yeah, even if elemental damage is like a secondary thing for your character, Creed's Cunning from the Black Legion up here is just such a good augment in general that it goes with everyone. That's this one. I won't do it with her because of that chaos one. Physical bleed, lightning aether, and vitality chaos with chance to reduce target's resistances. Now this one you would want if you're doing a witchblade, because with a witchblade you'd be actually attacking things, so that resistance reduction would apply. So I believe that is all of our augments on, and I really like that in 1009 they put the name of the augments in here. I don't think I have any other activated abilities I need to put on my bar. Yeah, we have a lot of abilities we can use. Yeah, do it, Zach. So this character's rotation is basically going to be like that, and like just keep things going through these. I just have to remember where they are under my fingers. And we should, presumably, never, ever, ever die. Alright, I have to apply that buff, debuff. Another German is in my chat. It's amazing. Thank you for coming, Origin. Yeah, this is actually going to take a little while to get used to. That, debuff. Sit here, throw these out. I won't walk through the mines. I'll walk through that mine. Okay, sure. Thank you for the follow, Cass. Welcome to the stream. It's at 16 out of 16. Welcome back, Sino. Thank you for distracting me and having me run through all those mines. Hey Deaky, welcome to the stream. Also, thank you for running the build thread on the forums. I totally forgot you actually did that stuff. Because I was in there, I think, the other day, and I was like, wait a second, he actually does the build compendium thread. I forgot about that. Wait, did I have this way? Oh, I had the waypoints already. Ha. So we can check to see if the one cart's over here. Doesn't look like it. Okay, Simpumbaa has a question. For my obliteration build, I'm torn between two relics. I have the Storm, which is an aura and gives a ton of turns of lightning. There's Pyroclasm, which gives some fire and lightning. It has +1 in the demo. Goes to waste because I'm a druid. However, it goes off weapon damage. Procs IE skill point. I'd probably say Eye of the Storm in that case. Wait, how am I going to destroy these things? Oh, okay, never mind. It'll just happen. Hey Dazrock, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. $37 viewers watching my crappy Conjuring. Awesome. Thank you everyone for coming. I hope I don't make a hash out of one of the best builds in Grim Dawn, because I'm probably going to do that. Hello, Dark Rose. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I also have Doombolt, so yeah, I completely and totally ruined this build. I needed the law requirements. Yeah, I don't think Grasping Vines is actually going to be that helpful here. Yeah, Sino's a jerk. Yeah, it's true, I guess. You kind of got to be super hypercritical when you're doing playtesting. I think I just doom bolted the ground, but whatever. I mean, but then again, with Grasping Vines, you get moments like this, where it's just so slow for them to get through these traps. Well, I'm Team Uruk. Deal with it. And if Team Uruk is not a thing, I'm making it a thing officially. I don't even know why I'm bothering with a lot of these mobs. They're incredibly underleveled for this point. I'm just trying to get finger memory on this character now. We're just walking. Take that. Welcome, Knive K. I think I caught the name. Hello, Anonymous. Probably one of many Anonymous. Welcome to the stream. Ogrim tried. He actually walked up and smacked the wall vagina. And he does have an awesome VA. Someone else is going to have to answer Dark Rose's question.
You've returned, and so our great moment of...
So let's see, we got 3 legendaries out of that. A Brutalix. Whatever. Infernal Brimstone. Outclassed by Charzul's thingy. Will of Bizmeal. Would have been great on this character when she was a pet build, actually. Okay, now we can start fighting real enemies. Oh yeah, also it looks pretty cool. With current setup. Just need a different chest piece. Why did I just go straight back into the game? So we're going to do a little ultimate. And then move on from there.
Still drawing breath. He's
Okay, we're going to put Possession third. Soleil's first. Let the animation play last. Yeah, Lutana, that is kind of true. I was actually thinking for the second half of tonight's stream, sort of maybe downgrading my Spellbreaker a little bit, like purposefully. And then running him through Ultimate. Just to show how possible it is to do that. Okay, yeah. Our resistances are going to be a little wonky for the time being. Alright, we have to talk to this jerk.
You're not looking too bad for someone. The bodies of the... You will need to...
Alright, you can't cut through that house. Hell yeah, I also would love a playtest X Pack. One playtest X Pack, please. Yeah, I know, right? It's like 4 sigils or something I can create. If I put my mind to it. Yep. The word bearer. This is what I'm using for my devotion so far. She doesn't have all the points, but we're picking up scales, and the dying god is 2 of the big things. And then I'm gonna throw Tree of Life in there just because. I mean, why not? Like, what else am I gonna pick up? I mean, this ability maybe, but I'd have to do Eldritch to get it. Turtle. Turtle. Dryad's Blessing. Load up the defenses. Make an ultra super mega tanky character. Cry over the lack of offensive ability. I don't have Gallows. I want Lizard for the 4 extra Primordial. Oh, no, Zach was asking. Wendigo, maybe. Wendigo's mark can be pretty good. Hey, Clobber. Welcome to the stream. Well, so far with Doombolt, It's adding sort of like, oh, the enemy's weakened, let me just finish it off type of move. It also sounds really cool. New patch is out. I'm on it right now. There weren't that many big changes. I mean, not enough for me to do a video for it. I wasn't even really paying attention to what was going on right there. That's actually not a bad idea. Because you can use Doombolt to trigger your Dying God when you need it. The biggest change is for augments now. Not that they changed the augments themselves, but they'll list the augment name on your items now. Oh, sure thing. Yolof. DPS isn't going to be much to look at, though. Because this isn't like a DPS character. DPS sheet, like sheet DPS character, I should say. Those are my two relevant damages right now. My offensive ability is abysmally low. It's the only problem. I'm probably going to switch out the chest piece. Maybe the helmet. Maybe even the rings to get more offensive ability in here, because I really need it. So even though it was removed from public release, what was it? Yeah, don't leave the chat hanging, Deke. That's not nice. What's that? Oh, right, Molten Heart. I totally forgot about him. It is stupid how little you die with this. Or just how little damage you take. Because you're standing in healing, and you have abilities that heal you, and your items heal you, and you have a main attack that heals you. It's almost dumb how much, like, self-heal you have. Like, I feel like I'm kind of making a hash of it, though. Even though I'm not really. Because you can't really make a hash out of this build. Oh, okay. Okay. A lot of under the hood things then. Like, my character, I actually feel is under-geared despite the number of purples on her, because of her resistances being so low. And I feel like she could probably face tank the entirety of this difficulty level. Like, the big test is going to be this Devotion Shrine coming up. I believe he means just from the patch itself. Yeah. Oh, yeah, this build's dumb. I don't think I've ever actually been able to face tank these guys first entering ultimate. Yeah, she's over leveled from where I usually am, but still. Still. So, this always surprises people a little bit. I've never played Titan Quest. I own it. I bought it as part of a sale or something. And people always ask me, do I like this or Titan Quest more? Well, I've never played Titan Quest, believe it or not. Because most people who play Grim Dawn played Titan Quest first. So, I just never played it. Hey, we can turn that quest in now. It's just... I saw Ziggy D playing this game. I decided to give it a chance. I really liked it at the time when it came out. Or at the time in early access, I should say. So, yeah, I am not a Titan Quest veteran. I've never played Titan Quest. Hello, Yolaf Swaggerson. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream.
Oh, hello, traveler.
Keep the outcast. The only reason you ever want to kill the outcast is to get her helmet. And then you only want to do it on one character where you can reliably kill ethereals, so you can farm her helmet. And that helmet is only really for aether builds anyways. Otherwise, you always keep her. She gives you excellent experience bonuses because her quests are... Her first 2 quests, you can pretty much, if you plan ahead, turn them in immediately. And you can even get her... I think her other 2 quests aren't that bad. I mean, one goes into the Bastion, one goes to Valbury, one goes to Steps. But they're not that bad. He did play it after the release. I don't think he played much of it, though. I remember him making a video on how to get dual wielding pistols, and it's like you buy the damn blueprint from Devil's Crossing. This build requires no thought whatsoever. He should revisit the game and ask for my advice on things, and then plug my channel. Because I just plugged his. See, like, I keep putting stuff down because I think I still have to fight things. Like, everything is just melting, and I'm just not used to it like this. Like, yes, walk into my pile of particle effects. I dare you. That's rude. That's very rude. While I'm reading my chat, you have to come over here and start this nonsense. And you're dead now. You're just dead now. Oh, I didn't cover stat distribution. I'd probably do 1-to-1 physique spirit. She has some cunning in there because she's an old character. Back before stats were really locked down. Alright, let's see if I can tank these two and then not give a crap about anything. So the verdict is in. I can tank these two and not give a crap about them. I know, Raiden. I feel naked and afraid without my flash freezes. In all honesty. So AAR and not lose all your energy. So I look like a fat Carl Drogo, honestly. Carl Drogo. Because I do have a belly. So AAR at about level 52, I would say... I mean, I'd have to go point it out in my sorcerer. The way you... And this is going to sound a little condescending. I don't mean it to be. You, to not be at 0 energy all the time with AAR is you need to get energy regen. It's like you just stack energy regen and you usually be fine. There is a little bit of learning how to fire the thing and not have to constantly fire it, so you kind of have to work in your artillery and other abilities. But generally speaking with AAR, you just have to get good energy regen. And that just happens with getting better gear. That guy's not going home to his kids. Man, this character, is it supposed to not give a shit about anything? Is this the vaunted vitality conjurer I've been hearing so much about and how broken it is? I almost, but not quite, feel bad about what I'm doing to these enemies right now. Oh, I skipped Negan the Withered. My bad. Don't worry, we'll go and kill them too. Hey, Pride of Viking, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I get that a lot. There are a lot of people who are like, man, you look like blank. I'm surprised I haven't gotten Kevin Smith yet. I get that one a lot. Yeah, this character literally does not care what the enemies do to it. Whatsoever. Yukari, I have an okay one. Here, man, people are actually like talking in my chat. I can't keep up with it while playing the game. So, oh yeah. So also, Iskander's Elemental Exchange at 12 out of 12 or 22 out of 12 gives you a lot of energy regen. Bite me, Zach. That's true, Sino. A build that requires skill. Amarasa's Blade Burst Spellbreaker, maybe? Lots of melee builds probably require skill. Or you can just overgear yourself and just run through the game with whatever. Let's see. Yeah, this character is kind of boring, honestly. I don't do Crucible. Some people say it's worth it. I don't do it just because it's not my thing. I'm not big on challenge modes like that. It doesn't annoy me at all, honestly. I take it as a compliment. Especially when it's like, someone says I look like Jason Momoa. Yeah, that's a compliment. I'm just not jacked. I'm chubby, I'm not jacked. I mean, I could probably get jacked if I tried, but I'm not. Yeah, Kevin Smith doesn't appeal to me as much because I don't like him. I don't trust someone that names their daughter Harley Quinn Smith. Storm Shard? Is that a druid that uses Trojans and your Wind Devils? Because I have one that rips this game apart. Part of Viking. I've never played PvP in Grim Dawn. I'm not that big on PvP in action RPGs. Yeah, that's the other one. The guy from Forgotten Weapons on YouTube. And that's one I don't mind as much either. See, if the game is like Overwatch and it's all PvP, I'm fine with it. For me, PvP only gets really boring when it's like friggin' Diablo or Grim Dawn or just like it has to be a game based around the competition. And someone asked if I had played other ARPGs, and I just didn't answer the question. I've played Diablo, Diablo 2, Diablo 3. I do play PoE occasionally. I'm waiting for the new patch on it. Then I'm actually going to play it and stream it. I tried out Van Helsing, The Wonderful Adventures of Van Helsing, and whatever. Games whatever. Not that much interest in it. I'm looking forward to Midgard. What is it? Wolves of the North or whatever the subtitle is. I'm looking forward to... I wouldn't say I'm looking forward to Wolcen. I'm interested to see what they do with Wolcen. What the devs do with it. It really needs, like, an upgrade. Like, it really needs... I shouldn't say an upgrade. It just really needs work. Really needs a lot of work before it becomes super good. Or super appealing. And, yeah... I doubt Lost Ark is going to come out in the West. But I'm actually not looking forward to that as much anymore. Lost Ark, it's lost some of its appeal to me after seeing the game actually being played. I actually have a pretty good build that's probably about 90% self-found. Yeah, I'm gonna actually get her spirit built up. And shut up, Sino, I know. We're just getting that in there. Yeah, Wolcen just needs more than that starting area. Also, the last time I played it, it didn't have key bindings. I am incredibly left-handed, so I can't play the game right now in its fullest. Because I have to do, like, this weird cross my arms thing to play it. And that shut up Sino is a preemptive one about me putting points in the spirit. Yeah, well, a lot of people look at Wolcen and are like, man, this looks really awesome in concept, because it actually does look really good. They're doing a lot of graphical polish on it to make it look good. But the problem is there's no game to it right now, really. And to me, every time they do an update, they're like, oh, we added such and such blood splatter. And it's like, add content to the game, please. I have seen Dauntless. I actually planned on playing it a little bit, but when I went to the site, Wolf Overclocked as a name was taken. And I'm wondering if they're part of a thing, part of a bigger company. Yeah, there isn't really a set place to do legendary farming. I mean, we all have our routes that we like, and we all have our methods we like. I personally go to the Arcavian Undercity a lot. The Pine Barrens runs I do. I routinely go and punch the Warden in the face. He's always fun because he's easy. I have seen the patch notes. The biggest change for me that matters is on our augments there, that Blade Ward powder, you actually get the names on the items. That's blast locations, and it's each blast location. Same thing with the Aether Fire from the Imp. That's what makes Canister Bomb great for proccing those. Because you can just fill the screen with whatever that is. Yeah, that's true. The thing about Wilson is it is beta, so it's like, I'd even say it's alpha right now still, so you can't really judge it. I'm just saying they just need more in there to play. Okay.
I need some time to play.
Now we can turn all this shit in.
Welcome to my rift utopia.
The skill on 7 is Soleil's Flame. You get Soleil's Flame. Oh yeah, Vikings, Wolves of Midgard. I'd said Midgard, Viking, or Wolves of whatever. Yeah, that's the one I meant.
What do you want?
Oh yes, heaven forbid I do something different-y. Heaven forbid I don't min-max my builds.
Come see what's left of Longwares. See you around.
Oh, I got that already.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Yeah, Vikings Wolves of Midgard is a game I will play. I will definitely play it on stream. What was the Chronomancer's thing? Why are you on shitty items, not good ones? I love Stonehide when it has a good suffix. Oh, I didn't talk to Duncan. Whoops. Oh, helping out is still checked there. So armor absorption, if you have a lot of armor, is awesome. Because your armor is going to absorb a chunk of your physical damage. And having it absorb more of that is great. But if you're like a caster with a whole lot of low armor, don't bother with it. Okay, Hello, Zoidberg. You'll always have Zoidberg. Yes, if you are playing a Blade Master, you probably have a whole lot of armor going on, which means armor absorption just means less damage. More tanking. Sino, I think you have the answer to that question. Good build for melee cadence. Good class combo for melee cadence. You're maining it now. I'd immediately go Blade Master, but that's just me. Witchblade's also great for it. Commando works. I'm 50-50 on Warder for cadence. There are better things you can do with a Warder's time. Yeah. Dual wield Blade Master with cadence is pretty nice. Yeah, I was thinking of doing that next week, because I have a Blade Master floating around who's basically around the same level this character is. So I was kind of thinking of doing another like fan theory crafting thing next week with the Blade Master. But I was thinking of doing ranged cadence. Which reminds me, if anyone has any Warborn pieces that they'd like to trade for, I would not mind some trading. I didn't turn in my damn Sylph necklaces either. That's me, Carl boy. They don't share cooldown. They are separate procs. Sorry I missed the question. My chat's kind of booking it today, which is weird to me.
You look clearing out. Well done.
Let's go turn those necklaces in real quick. Oh no, I'll do the necklaces in Isaac's stash at the same time. And then I'll check out on this guy, because I want to play something else, and I don't know what.
Good, you're back. What am I? That's good work there, but Warden Creek.
of destruction. I'm still waiting for like that amazing roll on Isaac Spalders. Like some godly roll about oh wow. Okay.
See you around.
Yeah, there's an item trading thread. There are like 2 or 3 actually. Hey Wink, I do have a Spellbreaker leveled. Do you want to see it? He's one of my favorite characters. My resistances, that's what they are when I have Dreegs up. I need to work on them a bit, but honestly, this character could practically run Ultimate naked. You have so much lifesteal. I mean, I'm being hyperbolic, of course, but you could practically run it in the buff. Grim Dawn? Grim Dawn. Uh-oh. Thanks for coming, Raiden. Okay, Grim Dawn. So here's the thing about that build. That build has so much lifesteal, so much self-healing, that it doesn't matter. This build, so much lifesteal, it just does not matter. It does not give a crap what it gets hit with. I just chunked my way through Act 1, almost all of Act 1, with those resistances. Act 2, I can't see being a problem at all. Even with the Pierce res that comes in from Cromley's guys. With 9k health, I don't think there's anything that can one-shot you. And if it did, I mean, it's going to one-shot you regardless of your resistances when you have that much health. Let's play a Spellbreaker, because we were asked to. Well, the thing is, you're always standing in your heals, so you have an amazing amount of stuff coming back in. Now, I just need to check on something real quick. This is another character that's kind of like that too, but it's with RNG defenses. Because I was kind of thinking... Because I was just looking at Grim Tools earlier, and I'm like, yeah, Reaper's Touch looks awesome. And I think I might do it for aesthetic purposes only. Maybe later. We'll run the Locksmere's Frostblade for the time being. So this character, he does have pretty much maxed out resistances, but his main form of defense is just not getting hit. That's also why he can run that much health and be fine. So my Spellbreaker, it's all about sort of mitigating things and then destroying it with Amarasa's Blade Burst. See, he just doesn't care about anything that comes in either, but he doesn't care in a different way. He doesn't care because he just avoids it. It's like when you can freeze an entire room, just like, and you have 30 to 40% avoidance. It's like you don't need defenses after that. I mean, you do, but you get what I mean. Yes, it's a Nightblade Arcanist. Oh yeah, I can show his stats real quick. So that's his gearing. His weapons are ridiculous. It's his only thing. We do the Amarasta 4 set. Life Giver Signet for some health steal. Nice and ridiculous Vylos ring. Guys, quit it. I'm doing a video. Okay. So, here's his Nightblade side. Why does he have 2 points available? Wait a second. Have I just had those 2 points available for a really long time and I just couldn't decide where to put them? Because I obviously respect them out of something for something else, and I don't remember what I did it for. Anyways, that's maxed out. So yeah, let's just put them there for now. So, Nightblade side. Yeah, if you focus on Shadow Strike, it can be made really powerful. But I wanted Amarastas. Amarastas does its job. Arcanist side. He's heavily based around cooldowns. And stuff. Oh yeah, that was his inventory. Oh, and we can look at his DPS. Not that I actually take into account his sheet DPS. Because sheet DPS is very misleading. Oh, India, right there. Oh, here's the thing. I have to attack things real quick. Because you'll see his actual offensive ability. No. No. Hang on, we have to just... Okay. His actual offensive ability is that. Well, thank you for coming, Diki, and thanks again for helping in the forums with everyone's stuff. Especially that thread with the build compendium. Yeah, ignore his stats up here, though. They're wrong. They're not what I would do if I were to actually run this, I would do heavily... I'd run it heavily on physique over cunning and spirit. He was originally going to be an 8th array guy. I might change him back to that in the future, but yeah, that's why he has so much spirit. You'd be surprised what you can get away with in this game. Like, a lot of people, like, they're too dedicated to numbers sometimes. So, you'll see that, like, you don't exactly need a bajillion OA. You just need, like, 2K and you're fine. And he has 22k OA. Because the thing is, you have to take into account Lethal Assault with his setup. Because Lethal Assault will affect all your attacks after the first one. So you have Lethal Assault in there, you get 100 offensive ability on top of everything. Say we can sit here. Don't give a crap about what the warden does to us. Also, yeah, he... I do have lifesteal on him. That's another big thing for him, is he does have lifesteal. He's like Haunted Steel, Lifegiver Signet. He has the Revenant right here. I think that's... Didn't they take the other lifesteal out of this? Yeah, they did. So he has lifesteal. Oh, and someone asked me earlier about the skeletons from this, and I love them. Like, if you're gearing those damages, they're great. They're absolutely great. I have on my Aetherite guy, and they're excellent extra damage plus the slow. I mean, they're not going to be, like, dealing 10,000 damage a hit. It's a couple thousand. That's a couple thousand damage you wouldn't otherwise have. They're great extra damage. Oh, yeah, and that's his devotion layout. One of the reasons he also survives so well is time dilation. Because you attach it to Sacred Strike, and you can basically Sacred Strike twice in a row. Let's see if I can't find Valderin and put him in the dirt. Yeah, I think I might get them for my Vitality Conjurer as just playing. I should probably change the title of the stream now. Well, I threw an and more in there, so yeah, I think we're. Oh, let's clear this crap out. Oh, and another little trick you can do is if you're using the, what is it called? Blade Trap. That's actually a DA reducer. So while it doesn't stun him or, you know, trap him, it does apply its effects to him. Which is why we can also get crits a little easier. And Sacred Strike reduces resistances. So that, with Elemental Storm, is part of the reason we can actually deal a lot of damage, too. We just reduce Elemental Res on our target and destroy it. That might have been my Mark of Divinity saving me right there. It's rare for our Nemesis pet to get killed. I applaud Valderin for that. I'm totally fine with trading. I'm fine with trading, save sharing. Hell, you can even, if it's up, like, it's up to you how much you want to do with that. Because, I mean, if you want to do save sharing, stash sharing, that's trading technically. And it's up to you how much cheating or cheating you want to do in the game, because it's a single player game. And I actually think trading is supposed to be part of this game, strictly because of the rarity of item drops. Well, I shouldn't say rarity. The RNG of item drops, because you could play the game forever and never get the things you want. So you have to kind of have something in there. You have to kind of have something in there that will let you get what you need directly. Also, I am absolutely fine with them not having some form of, like, dedicated server thing going on, because it saved me such a huge hassle doing YouTube videos to be able to do some minor cheating. And I'll look at that legendary in a second. Because there are YouTube videos I probably wouldn't have been able to do without that. So we got the Fiend Scale Jacket. It's a jacket that makes everyone sick. Oh yeah, I got another one. Viper Fang Grips. They're not bad either. Also, legendaries, it depends on the slot what's best. I would say go for that middle ability on Mogdragon's Pact. Heart of the Wild, I think it is. Yeah, green items, if they roll really well, can be better in some slots. The title's fine. I put an and more on there specifically for this. So like this weapon, and this weapon, and these pants, and these boots. I would probably not trade for legendaries at this point. Mythic legendaries? Maybe. However, yes, it is great. I will say it is great that legendaries are actually, like, legendary in this game. That's the one thing. Hello, Shinros. Welcome to the stream. How are things going? If you're here for the Vitality Conjurer, we already did it. Oh, you don't know. So, they announced it last week. Or was it this week? Whatever. On the last Grim Misadventures, they shared that they're going to add in mythical legendaries. So what that is you take a legendary and you give it better stats, better plus to skills. So it's going to cover 3 plus to skills instead of 2. And they're also going to make them more impactful on builds. So one of the examples they gave was, what was that amulet? There's an amulet for, that's related to Summon Familiar. And one of the lines on it was, you can have 2 ravens. It increased the summon cap of Summon Familiar by 1. Another one was a mythical Grim Fate, and that had some extra stats on it. So they're adding on lines that affect abilities directly. Almost like the way legendaries do in Diablo 3, but better because it's Grim Dawn, and Grim Dawn hasn't fucked up its itemization yet. So like, I mean, the Dreadscale Cuirass, or Frostred Cuirass, like, it has Amarastas and Star Pact. Well, they said they're going to add a 3rd skill bonus to all the legendaries. So this is a Spellbreaker thing, so it might have, like, Lethal Assault, it might have Trojan Sky Shards, who knows. And going forward, I think all of the legendaries are going to get mythic versions. If they aren't all getting it, I would assume, like, the sets like Ascandra's and, like, the big sets might not get them. Would be my thinking. Because it might be just too many items to just make new versions of. But yeah, mythic legendaries. It's like they're sort of like empowered epics, but for legendaries, and they're going to be all the 85 plus things. The big one I'm hoping for is for the Aether Reach gloves to let Albrecht's Aether Ray pierce. Like, that's the dream. That's the dream, is a piercing Aether Ray. And I know Obliteration exists, but it's just not the same. And for Druid survivability, like, one of the great things about a Druid at lower levels is you don't have to stand in one spot. Like, I mean, it depends on your build, of course. But if you're just doing, like... I'm sure they're going to add new sets in. I have no doubt they're going to... No doubt in my mind they're going to add new sets in. I really want a Battle Mage set, because the Battle Mage really needs some loving on his items. So, yeah, for Druid survivability, the best thing is, if your build is something like a Meteor Druid, you never have to stand still. So, it's rare for the enemies to actually, like, corner you and get a lot of hits in on you if you're playing that type of build. Now, if you're playing a melee Druid, then you'll probably want to seek out a little bit of lifesteal. Or use Feral Hunger, I think, works for that aspect. Yes. I would take a 10% damage nerf on Albrecht's Aether Ray to make it pierce. However, it does not need a 10% damage nerf outright. I'm gonna say that. We've gone through that phase with Albrecht's Aether Ray before, where they gave it a giant stat nerf because it was killing too quickly. And it was like they did that because the level cap was 30 and it was goddamn fucking priests. Gotta geek the clothies now. I say you should buy the game multiple times and really show your support. Oh, here he is. Let's make sure all these jerks are dead. Excuse me, Muzalok, I have to kill your sons? Your children over here. Just to make sure there are no priests. Ow. That's the only problem with RNG defense, is you can take a big hit and die. In a sec. That was a priest. I'm like, wait, that looks like a priest back there. We can't have that. I don't know why your pirated saves would be incompatible with the current game. Oh, my portal's way back here, is it? Also, it would not be one of my streams if I didn't die at least once. I actually have a lot of excuses for that death, too. Like, being a cold build against the cold enemy. The coldest of cold bosses. I think Raldorathus is the other big cold one that might prevent or might provide a little bit of challenge with this guy. And I say might because he's not actually that scary. So my favorite thing with Electra's Flash Freeze is when you freeze a group of enemies and they all die at the same time because you flash frozen the entire screen. I'm going to run away from this for a second. So you flash freeze the entire screen and it's like, come on, come a little bit back. I want you in the doorway, or I want me in the doorway. So you freeze all the enemies on the screen, they all die at the same time, and they all have the same death animation. It's one of my favorite things. Oh god, there's a crystal right here, isn't there? Let me out. Let me out, I don't want to be in here. I'm afraid. I'm very scared right now. Okay, I'm not scared anymore. Although my Nemesis spawn... My Nemesis pet, I should say, I think has been frozen this entire time. He walked in and just got chain frozen by the crystals. Can I get a tonic out of that? Or was I seeing things? I was seeing things. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the videos. I'm doing more... Well, I did a live stream where I read through all of the affixes in the game for items, but I didn't like the way it turned out. Excuse me while I take a drink of water there. I was intending on posting those to YouTube, but it was like a 4-hour stream or something like that. And it went through like a lot of redundant information. So I was intending to do that as a basic series, but it's not going to be a thing. I think I'm going to go through the useful ones, like the ones I always find helpful regardless of builds, and even some like build specific ones, but I have to redo the thing. Oh shoot, I didn't check upstairs for a treasure trove. We'll run and do that. I had a couple recommendations for basics videos, but I forgot what they were. That happens sometimes. I had a bunch written down, but I accidentally threw the paper away. So NA YouTubing, I guess. Okay, it was in a weird spot in this place. But we can stop here to answer questions. So I have a series right now that is Grim Dawn skill overviews that goes over all of the abilities. I don't have them all done yet, and I have to sit down and record some more. But I've done a lot of them. Like, I've done most of the major attack ones, a bunch of supports. All of the Arcanist abilities have been covered. A lot of the demo ones have been covered. And Shaman, Soldier, Nightblade, Occultist, they're all covered on various amounts. Oh, thank you, Yukari. Thank you for the follow, Ziprun 2005. Welcome to the stream. So, I've done ranged spell breaking. It's totally viable. You get a Vortex of Souls, and you use Amarastas or something, and you can just pierce through everything. I don't think there's much else to say. Yeah, you like Amarasta's Blade Burst and Vortex of Souls are a match made in heaven, honestly. Because when your Amarasta pierces while it's off cooldown, the Amarasta Blade Bursts happen on everything you hit when you pierce through. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. That might be a keeper on a shield. So, what shoulders does he have? So he has those, and oh, he needed the green ones. Excellent. The trophy room grows. Let's see. Whoops. Oh yeah, and he had the green ones of those, right? Yep. Yepper. Melee demo. I'm leveling up one right now. No, it's green text on white. Okay. Hey, ZipRun. Thank you for coming. Thank you for watching on YouTube. And welcome to the stream again. So there are lots of fire burn things you can do in this game. Fire damage is heavily supported right now. It will be a demolitionist, though. In some way, shape, or form. Usually that demolitionist is going to be paired to soldier for a commando. You can do it with pyromancer. You know, an occultist. You can do it as a sorcerer. Saboteur, I think you could probably get away with it even. My melee guy for Fire Strike is going to be a sorcerer. It's my favorite class combo, and I wanted to do a melee sorcerer for a really long time. So I'm going to run Alcamos. I'm going to take a bathroom break, then run Alcamos. Because I want to see if I can't get a lucky drop on his other ring to test it out. Because we've got the ring here. Got a Soul Ren in our offhand. We just need his other ring. So, these two weapons were given to me by a friend. They were given to me by Sino. And you can get away with legendaries for this build, honestly. They're just really well rolled. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna use them. And then these greens, I crafted them both. Wait, did I craft that? I might have bought those. Wait. It's hard to tell with that one if I bought it or made it. But yeah, I crafted those up, definitely. I don't think there are legacy items at all. If something was legacy, they'd update it and change it. So the thing, like, with these pants... like, Stonehide of Nature's Bounty on pants is stupid good. And they just hit all the defenses I want. I could go with Pretty Great Pants. I could go with Shade Whisper leggings, I think they're called. The what the hell are they called? Because there are legendary pants I could go with this guy. It's just, I don't think they're that necessary. Death Whisper leggings. The Amarasta's leggings. And they give you a lot of bonuses, but I wanted the resistances off the pants more. Same thing with Pretty Great Pants. Pretty Great Pants are actually really good, even though they're just okay. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, legendary pants and boots, there are really good ones, but most of them, you get better results off of greens. Like, for boots, I would say there are 3 good legendary boots. The Voidwalkers, 4 good. Voidwalkers, Wraithwalkers, and... Voidwalkers, Wraithwalkers, Golemborn Greaves, and the Wormscale Foot Guards, I think they're called. And they're good for a variety of reasons, but you can get just as good with greens. And pants are like, you'll get, like, Pretty Great Pants are good. There are a couple other good pants, but well-rolled green pants are great pants. And for weapons, it depends on your build. Weapons, it's either legendary or green to me. Or even blues. Yeah, Golemborn Greaves, like, they have the 200 armor proc. That 200 armor applies to each armor piece. So yeah, like, this build, if I were doing just this, a soul rend, that'd be a great item. But I actually think this is stronger for my particular character build. So it's like, yeah, you can use a legendary or a weapon, and it depends on the build. So, like, Warp Fire is used by a lot of sorcerers, including both of my, or, yeah, I'm going to have 2 sorcerers with it. So having on both sorcerers, it helps fix builds a bit and make them stronger. Decree of Eldritch is another weapon that can help make builds stronger. So it really depends on the weapon and the build. Well, they hold your lucky charms really well. And on that penis joke, I'm going to go take a bathroom break. So I shall return momentarily. Okay, I am back. Let's catch up on the chat. I use GD Stash. It is a stashing program. You can find it in the forums. I highly recommend it. You should have seen the stash a couple years ago, Dark Rose. It was tiny. Like the stash, the stash initially, like, you had your page here, and then this wasn't even like a full thing. This is actually a huge improvement over where it was when the game was getting made. But they are expanding the stash out in the next with the expansion. And that's just something everything, like every ARPG does to me. Since Diablo 2. Stashes have always been tiny. I think it's supposed to create value for your gear, because you don't, like, you can't keep everything. So you have to put a value yourself on your gear. If that makes sense to anyone out there. Best gunslinger class combo. Commando? Currently is the Commando, I would say. Once the Inquisitor comes out, it's probably going to be anything combined with that. It's sort of like if you were to ask me what the best spellcaster combo is, I would say anything with the Arcanist. Sorcerer works fine for gunslinging. I recommend the Commando, though. You have the option of Fire Strike or Cadence with your gunning. But if you're planning on making a gunslinger, I'd actually wait a little while. Or make it a class that you can easily use not guns with. Oh yeah, with PoE, it's totally understandable why they make it a small stash, because it's part of the way they make money. And I'm actually fine with that with PoE, because it's a free game. Like, I know some people would have a huge problem with paid DLC like that, but because PoE is free... Yeah, that works, X-Flom. Thank you for the follow, Burgolf. Welcome to the stream. Out of my way. I only bought one set of stash tabs. Thank you for the follow, Xflomix. I'm actually surprised you weren't following before because you're hanging around. Unless you unfollowed and then refollowed just to have Winston say, "Are there?" Oh, Dark Rose. You've opened a can of worms with that discussion.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, I am not privy to any information about this game. God damn it, Sino. Don't give the kids any ideas. Oh no, don't worry about it, Dark Rose. I was only half kidding on the "you've opened a can of worms" comment. But we can speculate. I do love my speculation, if you guys want to. Necromancer, not Necromancer. What the damages are going to be in the class. There's a lot you could go into with it. Are they going to do it to fill in gaps? Are they going to do a whatever? Like, we don't know. See, the thing I do actually want like a melee fighting, like Aether Chaos combo would be really awesome. It'd be a really interesting take on a fighter. Because we only really have a fighter in the game, and that's the soldier. I mean, you could say that's fine, but I'd like to have, you know, more than one fighting class in this game. And I mean like fighter style fighting class, not like spell, you know, the Nightblade here is, you know, a rogue that fights a little different really than a fighter class. Shaman does it different too, and I think Shaman's more of a warrior mage anyways. I can't see anything. Well, Death Revenant is in here somewhere, I know that. I can see his attacks. There he is. I'll look at the chat in a second. So much stuff. It's a reflex action. I just hit it in there. And it's also like sometimes you get ads in that are like on the periphery and you just pop it anyways. Also, like, it matters. It has no cast time to it. So we got a Grasper's Unchained Might. I actually have a character using that right now. And I'll have to compare to see if that's a better roll. And yeah, a Mind Warp. It's an legendary. Little Danzig. Generally speaking, if they have a purple name, they will be resistant to most forms of crowd control. And you gotta just learn it. You gotta just test. So, like, there's some obvious things too, like a frozen mob, something that's frozen in the name, is going to be resistant to all freezes. Good rule of thumb though, if it's purple named, it's immune. And then you just have to learn some things like Flesh Hulks. You can't freeze them. You can freeze Flesh Hulk heroes, but you can stun Flesh Hulks. Yeah, I just like it's underneath my middle finger, so I mean it's like I just twitch it all the time too. Yeah, if they have unstoppable in their name, they have an aura that makes them immune to it. Yeah, flashbang you can get the fumble and impaired aim on enemies. I think it's all enemies. Also, like certain things like knockdown, you can knock down a lot of enemies in ultimate, and there's no resistance to it for them. So like humans, spiders, I think ethereal zombies, certain skeletons, you can knock them around. You know, you say that, but you have to engage them at some point. Spellbreaker, I would probably do maybe 2-to-1 physique spirit. Mostly physique. This guy right now is split between physique and spirit equally, but he wasn't this build originally. Yeah, Kalidor's Tempest with Wrath of Agravex is awesome for that very reason. It's like Cronley heroes suddenly become not an issue with that. See, I don't remember the first hero that killed me. I don't even remember, like... I kind of remember my first character as a commando. Ow. Ow! It was a commando I tossed. Because I wanted the name back. Also, he was not good. Now, is that a joke about my webcam? Because there obviously isn't anything back there. Or is that the shade of what's-its-face I ran by? Oh yeah, also I have to ask, is there such a thing like in the forums as like particular skill users, like Electra's Flash Freeze users? Because I remember thinking this when like Calidor's Tempest was brought up at some point, and it was referred to as Calidor's Tempest users. Oh, yeah, that shade. I mean, I could go back for it, but why? Oh, Zach. This is important. I forgot I wanted to mention this at least once tonight. So, transmogging is coming to Monster Hunter. As in, we can take gear and make it look like other gear. So, fashion sets in Monhun, you can basically make it out of anything now. It's coming with Monster Hunter Double Cross. Presidians, that is a slanderous statement I will not have in my chat. Absolutely slanderous. Whoops. Now you can have your unicorn set with whatever armor you want. Because the way they're going to do it is you have to have the armor piece you want the appearance of with your armor piece you want the skills from. And you basically merge them together. Yeah, you just saw my muscle twitch there when I tried to flash freeze a trap. Because I'm looking at other things and it's like, oh, I'm getting attacked? Boom. Not attacked anymore. It also means if you want multiple sets to look the same, you have to farm the armor set up over and over again. So it's also kind of a time trap, time sink. I mean, not that it matters, because you only need it at level 1 to do it, at least so I'd gather. Whoa, whoa there, frame rates. No ring. Hey, Deadly Dan Domain. I'm not doing a patch note overview because I don't think there's a point to it this time, really. Unless you guys really, really want me to. The big change is with the augments there. You can actually see the names of the augments on the items. I don't think there was anything else that was really huge.
I'll see what's left of my wares.
I don't care. Not to sound rude. And I'm just used to the way I'm picking things up now. Like every action RPG has done since the beginning of time. Hmm. Nope. We just went over how it's a muscle memory thing for me to hit Electra's flash freeze. Because every Arcanist I have has it on the same exact key.
Put it to good use.
Yep. Wasn't a gigantic game changing update, but it was an update. Oh yeah, the other big change was Alcamos's other ring now actually drops.
Scrap metal. If you find any blueprints,
Yeah. Yeah, Zach, it's gonna take you like what, 20 minutes to get the other ring? With the way your Alcamos drops work. We're up to 46 viewers. That's kind of crazy. Hey, Double O Critical.
Got something good stashed.
I'll keep an eye on this.
Is Guild Wars 2 memeing now happening in my chat? Is that what's going on? Is that why I'm lost as to what the conversation is now? One more viewer and we'll ding 50 for today. I'm a little gobsmacked by that, actually. I was never much of a Danzig fan. Despite liking metal from about that, the time period when he would have been most active, I guess you would say. So any thoughts on what I should be doing next? Anything I should I should go hunt down in this game? Okay, I will attempt to kill the clones. Why not? I do have a warder. Her name is Warder. Now it's testing the Blood Rager set on her. I don't have a two-hand warder. She's sword and board. Okay. You can also just go into Windows Update and tell it not to interrupt you. Choose when you install the updates, then just do it manually when you can. Wait, where is it again? Okay. I have not been in this area in a long time. The clones will probably kill me a whole lot, too. Sword and board, warder, 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 sword and board, warder. Yeah, rip me, AC now. I'm gonna have to sit still and try to fight these guys because I'm using a laser. Thank you for the follow, Lava Hung. Okay. Oh, wait, we have to take a step back because I want my portal in here, definitely. Okay, let's go die a lot. We're just gonna go in here and just die a lot. I forget, can you nullify his things? You can't. Okay. Nope, I'm gonna die right here. Because they're all in this little area I can't run through. Oh, that's true. This is so stupid ridiculous. No, it's fine. You can run through the red ones. This is, in fact, the secret area. The secret quest that was actually like a secret quest. That was a huge secret quest. You can actually watch me do it in my the most amazing secret quest video in Grim Dawn. Or I should say the most amazing secret quest in Grim Dawn video. You end up basically in Devil's Crossing and you fight the clones of John Bourbon, and this is sort of what would have happened if you weren't around. You can kind of look around, you see the chthonic stuff growing out, and all sorts of bad happened, like John Bourbon turning evil. Yeah, it's a hint-based quest. It's ultimate only. You start with, like they said, Dahlia's diary in Homestead. You'll find the diary in one of the houses outside Homestead. And you have to actually follow the clues in the actual lore. You won't be told where to go at all. I'm going to try to grab this chest real quick. This quest is also stupid, or at least the ending is, because this is like one of the hardest bosses in the game. Yeah, and that's not damage ground down there. That's just pure... I'm just taking damage from the bourbons. Yeah, and they get worse as you go. Because there's one for each elemental. Yeah, the Chthonics would take over without, because, yeah, like Sino said, Ethereals kind of rely on humans to do all their dirty work because they're extra-dimensional. Whatever their power level. But if the Chthonics went to the ethereal dimension, I think the Ethereals would cream them. Yeah, can't freeze them. I know that. It's muscle memory. Dead. But luckily, I think I can kill a tainted clone right there. Although you have to ask, what happens when an ethereal possesses a chthonic? Chthonic. I have to start saying chthonic. I know. And did I just come up with the next end boss? An ethereal possessed chthonic. It should be an end boss. See if I can't get a good reposition here. I can't. See, it's like they do deal quite a bit of damage too, so it's like God damn it, guys. Let's pick an area. Why did I get... Was it in the lore that they specifically needed blood to possess things? Because I always thought they could just take over an intelligence. Yeah, this is a legitimate challenge. Like, this is not a joke. Okay, that's a corrupted down. So the only the only problem is once you beat all these, that's not even the end of it. So you have the final clone of John Bourbon here, who is essentially Fabius. Just to give you an idea of what his power level is. Hey, but at least the music's good. So, okay. We're working on them. Don't even say that, Yukari. And yeah, they probably will, honestly. Can I? No. So we got a deathly one right inside the door, which I think I can immediately kill if I'm lucky. Yep. So it's becoming more Hey, get out of my way. Oh, okay. That I can agree with. Mogdragon's harder than the clones. I'm probably just gonna give this 1 or 2 more tries because I'm actually getting kind of sick of it. That's why I'm not a fan of, like, let's make the hardest thing imaginable in the game so you throw your body at it. Like, I'd rather just go through a normal game. I don't need ridiculous challenge modes. You can kind of tell I don't care anymore either. So that was clones. That's as far as I'm going to take it. It's not hard if your build is made to defeat stuff like that. Let me put it that way. Because you can build a character that is made to fight, like, Fabius and not give a crap about Fabius. You can just out-lifesteal him while dealing damage to him and you'll be fine. So, Mog and the clones can be gamed. A big one would be the Pyromancer, too, can do it. Because you over-lifesteal. You know what? I think that Vitality Conjurer could probably out-sustain the clones. And maybe even Mog at the end of the game, when she's fully leveled up. Because she'll just be able to tank and absorb everything from that. Just from counteracting it with lifesteal. Health regen. And get damage out of it because she deals Vitality Chaos, and that's what the Dying God is. Alberic's Theory doesn't get that advantage. It can't lifesteal, really. And actually, that's something I haven't figured out if I could ever work into this build. What is with the Witch Hunter? I don't know, what is with the Witch Hunter? It can be a ridiculous poison class. Like ridiculous poison class. Oh yeah, you also get a ton of self heals with that. You might be able to pull it off with a witch hunter, if you're lucky. Good luck, little Danzig. I can't fight him at all with anything. I'm not into fighting ridiculously hard bosses like that. I think there's only been one like over the top boss like that I've ever actually tried to beat, and I did it in a game, but it's a fun gimmick. I just don't want to get angry at a game I enjoy playing like that. So I don't like Apex monsters in Monster Hunter 4U, and I'm glad they're not in Generations. I'd say for me, it almost turns it into a chore, where instead of playing a build you like to play and want to play, you end up playing just something used to game this system, and it just doesn't get fun. It just takes all the fun out of it. So talentless. I have no thoughts on combining yet, because I don't know, like, no one knows what the second class is. So depending on that, I'll come up with stuff. But with the Inquisitor, it's like, it's all about guns. I'm curious what it's going to be with its elementals, because it gets the 3 elemental types. So if it has good support for that, I mean, it'd be curious to see what the Inquisitor Arcanist can do with all 3 elemental types and the abilities it has. I mean, it's gonna be a nice class to combine with, because it's gonna be like the Arcanist, just a different style of elementalist. I think it's gonna be a good demolitionist combo class, from what I've seen, because it's kind of an elemental trapper type, and it's gonna have pistol support, and the demolitionist is pretty much a go-to pistol guy. And yeah, I think it's going to be a good demo combo. Yeah, and you can go with one of the 3 elemental types and combine with that class. So you can be fire, lightning, or ice with it. Demo Shaman Nightblade. So you could fire / lightning with the Inquisitor, you could lightning with the Inquisitor, or you could cold with the Inquisitor. Or go all 3 and load up your Arcanist with more elemental abilities. I don't know how it's going to combine with, like, the Occultist yet. I guess it might combine like the Demolitionist does, where you end up with, like, the Pyromancer Gunner builds is kind of the way you go with that. And then you've got, I think with the Soldier, you're going to do something similar to Commando. You'll get more gun support out of it, so it'll probably be a better pistol-based Commando. And who am I forgetting? No, it's everyone. So best to combine with the demo for 2-hand ranged. I don't know that. I don't know the answer to that. I could think of a couple ideas. Because you can go for the Commando with the Soldier. It's always solid to do for gunning. Right now. You could go with the Shaman for Primal Strike. An Elementalist Gunner with Primal Strike and a Vortex of Souls rifle could be really powerful. Actually, I might even say that's the best 2-handed setup. For a 2-hand ranged. Because Primal Strike with Vortex of Souls pierces. Because Vortex of Souls has 100% pierce. Which means when you're Primal Striking, that means if you're using it on cooldown or not, your primal strikes will pierce. Now you could maybe do a pyromancer because of brimstone. Brimstone is pretty good when you're using it with a gun because it splinters when it has ranged attacks. So you can have splintering attacks that have these bursts on them. Fastest way to dual wield in early game. If you're a Nightblade, you can just get it immediately. Or you can get it a little later from Breath of Logothian attached to Pneumatic Burst. Or you got Bladesworn Talisman for dual wielding in melee. Gunslinger's Talisman for dual wielding with guns. Thanks for coming, Dark Rose. I will see you later. Next stream is going to be Friday. Oh, if you mean with guns, then you have to wait till 25 when the Gunslinger's Talisman becomes available. Unless you get like the Gunslinger's Jacket or the Marauder's Belt. And I think even they have a about level mid-20 level requirement anyways. Yeah, they'll enable dual wielding with melee weapons. I thought you were asking dual wielding. Oh yeah, Wink was probably just asking dual wielding. Oh yeah, pistols. Didn't see the second part of that comment. So yeah, dual wielding pistols 25. And then you can do it throughout your entire history. Gunslinger coat is 20 if you're able to get one of those. I'd say the more reliable is Gunslinger Talisman at 25 because I believe it is right there as a blueprint that you can buy. And dual wield Pyromancer Pistolier is really good. In fact, I'd probably say it's the main reason you'd want to do a Pyromancer. Because there's a pistol that gets stupid powerful with the that particular setup. Which I have many, many multiples of. But I have zero desire to do a Pyromancer. Yeah, the jacket is really, really common. I will agree to that. Well, the thing, Lutana, is the Inquisitor is going to come out. And the Inquisitor is a gun-based class. And it's probably going to have the ability to enable dual wielding with pistols. Just in the class. Thanks for coming by, Yukari. Stream's basically over. I'm going to do some question and answering like I usually do at the end of these things. And tell you guys what I'm going to do on Friday. For Friday's stream. Yeah, there you go. There you go, Clobber. Convert all of that chaos to Aether. Off of Brimstone. Just 2 Aurochs dualities. Yeah, the Harbinger set's a ranged rifle build based around chaos damage. I've never done any Pyromancer. I really don't have a desire to do it right now either. It's bottom of the barrel on my lists. Just like I'm working on the Witchblade. I'm doing another Sorcerer. I'm gonna do an Elementalist, a Blade Master, and a Commando next. Um, it depends on. So if you want to do like a standard two-hander ranged build, I would say go demo Shaman and build Primal Strike. And try to acquire a Vortex of Souls rifle. That is my advice. Demon Slayer is the blade set, right? The Phantasmal Blade set. Wait, I have to look that up. To the Grim Tools. Because I think I actually want to build around it. Like Harbinger, I know is the two-handed rifle. Okay, yeah, the blade set. I wish it didn't have the hat, but as an appearance thing. But you wouldn't be shooting with that set. You wouldn't be shooting with the Demon Slayer set. You would be using Phantasmal Blades with the set. It's definitely something I would consider picking up for a Phantasmal Blade set. And I would do it with all of the blade abilities, too. And Harbinger set, that would be another way to go about a two-hand range build. With an occultist combination. Probably focus on Brimstone. Thanks for coming along, Sino. Always a pleasure. It's going to be an elementalist based around thermite mines, mortar trap, wind devils, and storm totem, and maybe wendigo totem, and the totem you get off of the Lights Defender set. It's going to be a tower defense build. Yeah, Vortex of Souls, two-hand range. It's pretty fun. Oh, and for the Demon Slayer set, I would probably go Spellbreaker. That's just me, though. Because I already have a Spellbreaker using Phantasmal Blades. He just needs the set and leveling up. That I don't really want to do. Yeah, even given that it's a vitality damage set, I would still go Spellbreaker because of the absolutely fantastic defenses Spellbreakers get. So I could maybe see doing it with a Witch Hunter. Or a Trickster. Because, I mean, just imagine a Spellbreaker. Like I showed my Spellbreaker earlier. In melee, life-stealing and never getting hit. And basically tanking everything through evasion. Now imagine that with Phantasmal Blades that can life-steal from ranged. That's what you're looking at when you do a Spellbreaker with the blades. Thank you for the follow, Lux Terry. I believe that's Lux Terry. Kind of like luxury, but Lux Terry. Yeah, there are a lot of ways to go about Phantasmal Blades. Phantasmal Blades actually used to be the best build in the game for a while. But then leveling up happened. And more builds got more viable as leveling happened. Because Phantasmal Blades way back in the day, because of their innate lifesteal, you could just lifesteal away at everything while keeping your distance. While spamming the things. And it was kind of ridiculous. And I think they were cold-based way back in the day, too. So they were really easy to gear for and build around. Now they take a little work, but they're still ridiculously good. And I'm talking, like, way back in the day when it comes to this. Like, I'm talking I'm talking the Arcanist just coming out, level cap at 35-ish. But yeah, what I would do is I'm gonna go down with this guy to get Star Packed, of course. We're gonna keep that maxed out, and I am actually gonna go and get Blade Spirit. I'm just gonna thin out the class a bit to get that, because you really only need your blades, and your pneumatic burst. Probably gonna drop this ability because he's never going in melee. Probably drop that because I don't think I need it. Yeah, it's gonna be fun whenever I get around to it. I don't know. I don't know about a trade stream, an item exchange stream. I don't think I need it really. But if I ever end up doing co-op more, I'm willing to trade lots of stuff. Usually I'll trade it away too. Why do you like Order of the Death Vigil so much? Well, usually my builds just fall in with the Death Vigil augments and items and stuff. So like my source, like it's Aether, because I have a lot of Aether builds. So like Aether build, Aether build, Aether build, and then it's also like my Conjurer is Vitality, which goes there. Then we got a Cold guy. Yeah, my Blades guy would be Vitality and Cold. So yeah, he goes the the Order. And it's just, it works out with what I play. So I go to the Order for that reason. Also, they're the Necromancers, and I like that as a concept. I also find the trash mobs from Kaiman's easier to fight, because you just have less crap to deal with on the screen. You don't have to deal with skeletal priests. So yeah, that's why I like them more. See, that's why I'm not big on the Chaos Ray right now, is you have to kind of not use the Aether Ray equipment. Because the Aether Ray equipment is based on, the Aether Ray. So it's like Aether stuff. However, you could just gear Aether as an Aether Ray guy and equip a pair of Albrecht's Dualities for all your Chaos stuff. And pretend it's still Chaos, but you're really geared towards Aether. Unless you mean you're gearing the actual Aether set. Or the Chaos Ray set. Then, yeah, it's a little rougher to get some good stuff going. Even though it has its own good options. I'm not saying it's a bad build. And I can't tell you what rings to use, honestly, for that. Yeah, yeah, the Black Flame Covenant. I have Grim Tools open. We can look real quick. For epics, you can do. Let's see. Man, there really aren't a lot for this. Because you can also gear elemental stuff. So Eternal, I think Eternal Band is one you could go for. Because never forget that Aether Ray is part fire. So if you get fire stuff, it works just as well. Let's see. Okay, we're in the empowered stuff now. Jeez. Sigil of the Depraved. Vitality Chaos. Got casting speed, elemental res, free doom bolts. So for legendary rings, oh man, let's see here. There's a lot of vitality rings, honestly. I mean, Entropic Coil is Fire and Chaos, but that's more for... It has Demon Fire and Hellfire Mine listed, so that's not really for that build. Let's see here. Yeah, this is really tough. You might actually have to go for some greens on these rings. Because, yeah, you do have Albrecht's Duality, but again, it converts your Chaos to Aether damage. If you do equip 2 of those, you can just do whatever with the Chaos stuff and just convert it to Aether. Well, yeah, there aren't really that many legendary rings for a Chaos. For a Chaos thing. Chaos Ray. Yeah, you're going to have to go for monster and frequent rings. Or craft them. Like you really have to follow that option. I know that there's a Chaos ring you can buy from Death's Vigil, I think. I mentioned that, Sigil of the Depraved. You could wear 2 of those and get the big bonus to possession. But yeah. I'm not a Chaos Beam type of guy. I'm an Aether Ray guy. I just prefer the Aether. It's mostly personal preference after a point. So, the only reason you want to kill her is if you have an Aether build. And I would suggest if you want to go for the helmet, just have one character dedicated to killing her and her groups. So something that can kill Aetherials easy. And then you can go through and farm up her helmet. Otherwise, you always want to ally yourself with her because you get the quests, which are free experience, essentially. Because the quests are all... I wouldn't say they're all really easy, but if you play the character you play, whatever your main character is or the character you're playing, if you play them a lot, you will eventually get all of her quests done. Actually, Zach, I kind of agree with you. Because a lot of people see the Tainted Power ability and think that's how you're supposed to do Aether Ray. Or because they think, oh, I'll make it Fire, Chaos, Vitality, that's what the Warlock is, and people go Warlock, Chaos Ray, and it's like, I actually think the Aether Ray is a little more on the unique side, too. Because people don't flock to it like they do with a Warlock Beam. Yeah, you can keep her alive. If you don't need the helmet at all, because she has an epic version and a legendary version, then just keep her alive, do the quests, get the XP. It's actually a lot of XP on Elite and Ultimate, too. Especially if you actually plan ahead a little bit, you can turn in the first 2 immediately. So if you get that Fang and you have your one of every rare crafting mat, just run in there and turn it in. You can run in there, turn both in immediately. You practically gain a level off it in Elite and Ultimate. Yeah, it does reduce Black Legion rep, but you'll actually get a lot more of that from finishing the game, too. The new bottles? You mean these two things? The Burwitch Brew and the Willow Wisp in a jar? Because I got these off of the, that little DLC they released. Also, yeah, Simboomba, I like green a lot more than red. Like, green is my favorite color. So, this is way more appealing to me than the red beam. Yeah, so the Burwitch Brew for 450 seconds makes your character drunk. They will take an offensive and defensive ability hit, and they'll occasionally stagger themselves with the stun animation. It's there for a joke item, essentially. Will-O-Wisp in the jar, when you turn it on, gives you this little wisp. It follows you around. It doesn't attack or do anything, but it provides a light source. So if we walk around things, you can see it'll light up the area it goes in. Basically gives you extra light radius. And it has a tiny bit of health, so it'll probably die immediately. They aren't really important items. They're just for fun. It's sort of like you go to Cory the Keeper with that DLC, you can also get a bunch of transmogs from them. If you are interested in that. Basically, buy the Loyalist DLC if you want to support Crate more than anything. You don't get it to get any sweet loot or do a pay-to-play, pay-to-win thing. It's just, I did it because I support Grim Dawn. Oh, it doesn't die? Well, it doesn't die. Whatever. I'm not going to use it. Also, Aether Ray is like... It's a giant laser. It's awesome. My two favorite ways to play characters are like the Aether Ray. Which is kind of why I like the Aether Lightning ability from the Arcane Storm. And I also like having characters that can just pounce on enemies and kill them. This is why I like the Spellbreaker a lot. And the Sorcerer with Chaos Strike. I'm having a lot of fun with that. No, that's actually going to come with the expansion pack. The Illusionist. The transmogs you get with the Loyalist pack are specialty transmogs. It's like a George Washington wig, a captain's coat, an admiral's hat. It's things that are unique to that DLC. I don't know if Steam gets the digital map. I haven't actually looked. I bought the thing on Monday night and immediately went and did the transmogs. I didn't check to see if there's anything else in there. Chaos Vitality Belt that's better than Soulbinders. Did I put that belt on my Conjurer tonight? That's a Vitality one. I don't actually know what the Chaos Belt situation is. Haven't looked. I don't know with that build if I would go with Tinker's Ingenuity or not. I'd probably lean on it. Yeah, I know Soulbinder's chains. They're the like Vitality Disintegrate belt. I don't know if there is any I don't know what a better Chaos version would be. Rings for a lightning build. You'd probably want to go green on that. I could see doing, though, the Ring of Kelfetzath, or whatever it is. I think that's an okay ring for that. See, the thing about Obliteration is it's elemental and electrocute, so you could also go for rings that have electrocute. But yeah, Ring of Kelfetzath might not be a bad one. Quickening Gem, I think, is another one. That's a Stunjax item, though. I don't know if you're running Stunjax next to Obliteration. That'd actually be pretty fun, because Stunjax with Albrecht's Aether Ray is a really fun combo. So I think with Obliteration, it'd be a really, really fun combo. Because you have your Stunjax for wide hitting, and then Obliteration. Well, it pierces, so I guess you don't really need it. But yeah. I don't really know what green you'd shoot for, though. It might just be crafted. I don't think there is an infrequent ring for lightning damage. Off the top of my head. I mean, I have the ring page open in Grim Tools, but... I mean, I think... Oh, the Invoker's rings. If you do... I know it's meant for Panetti's, but you could also get away with the Invoker's Shocking Touch and the Invoker's Burning Hand. That actually might not be a bad option until you find some really solid green stuff. Oh, Time Flux Band. That's a great one. Time Flux Band is really solid. It's lightning, elemental, electrocute, got casting speed, good resistances, Stunjax, mental alacrity. Actually, I think I have that on my Albrecht's Aether Ray guy. Yeah, and Glyph of Kelfetzath is the other one. Though, I mean, it's shaky as to whether or not you'd actually go with that. Here, I can show you the Time Flux Band. Time Flux Band. Lightning, Elemental, Electrocute. It's everything you'd want in an Obliteration ring. And it's even got good pluses. Even if you're not using Stunjax, +2 to Mental Alacrity is actually kind of nice. Girdle of Stolen Dreams. Yes, that would be the one you go for a Chaos Ray belt, I think. So, any other closing questions anyone out there has? In regards to Grim Dawn or not Grim Dawn, either way works. Because we had a pretty good stream tonight. We got our Conjurer working. It needs offensive ability. And I'd probably switch out some of the legendaries for greens, actually. And it's obviously not fully leveled up. Once it gets fully leveled up, it'll be really, really, really nice. Though a little boring. But even right now, she just doesn't give a crap about anything. Just wanders through, like, ultimate, not even maxed out resistances, and just doesn't give a crap. Vindictive Flame, 16 out of 16. It will give you a whole lot of total speed and help you just run through everything. You can also pick up Canister Bomb, because if you're using it for damage, or with Concussive Bomb as a stun, you deal a lot of damage to a huge area. It's also great for proccing Devotion. Yes, Badge of Mastery can not only get any plus skill combination, it can actually get a +5 to a single skill as well. Sort of a good like fallback for a medal if you don't want to use Mark of Divinity or something else. I absolutely think they're going to add more endgame stuff. I would not be surprised if the expansion brings a lot more than we think it's going to bring. Because every single time they've released something, it's been more than we thought it was. Like, even the game getting released, they added so much to it after it was released. It was kind of insane, actually. I would not be surprised if we got more roguelikes, more Nemesis, just more of everything for the end game. I don't know, Lil Danzig. I think I remember it getting nerfed, but to me, a set nerf, like technically Iskandra's set got nerfed, and it wasn't really a big nerf. I think you shouldn't take it, like, don't take it at face value of being nerfed, being super, super bad. It probably was just brought under control. Doombolt is fine. It's a good finisher to me, and I think I might use it to activate, like what Zach said, my Dying God proc. But I personally think it's underwhelming in the long run. It's good for polishing off like a hero or something, because it deals a lot of damage no matter what. But I think it is a little underwhelming. I wouldn't mind seeing a beast roguelike. I don't know if I'd like to see a beast faction, though, because that's kind of counterintuitive to what beasts are. But a beast roguelike would be awesome. And I don't know if they're going to do mythic versions of the sets. I would think they would, because they did empowered versions of most of the sets for epics. So, I mean, Mythic Iskandra's set, I could see existing. It just depends on what the Mythic concept is going to bring to the table. Because I could also see them saying, no, we're not going to do Mythic sets, just because, like, it'd be a lot of things to change. But that might leave sets, like Iskandra's set and Markovian's set, in the dust. Might make them too weak to not have Mythic versions. Yeah, I think they might actually do that, where there's a new there's a Trojan set that exists now, but they might do a mythic version of it. Thank you, Simpoomba, and thank you for coming along. I'm glad you're enjoying it and it's helping out. Yeah, it's a good snipe ability. I understand why it's that deep in the tree. It's just a little like, and I love the sound effect of it, but it is a little like, oh, that's what I got this deep into my own tree. Like, compare it to Devastation, which is 10 more points, and you get Devastation, which is a 1-point wonder. Just 1 point, and you can just kill an entire trash mob. Yeah, the Grobos could make a faction, though. That's true. But to me, like, because I forgot it's Beastkin. So I could see a Beastkin faction. Well, when I think beasts, I think, like, the Briar Thorns. Like, what are they going to have? A tabernacle with an alderman? Incidentally, Alderman of the Tabernacle is kind of a title I'd like to hold at some point in my life. Just because it's so funny sounding. No, we don't need a cow level. Not the bees, not the bees! Someone asked that earlier, and no, I didn't play Titan Quest. I actually learned of Grim Dawn from Ziggy D, and I blame him entirely for this. I have Titan Quest, I just haven't played it. I might do it as a stream on like a Saturday. Just play Titan Quest for a little bit and see how it goes. I'd lean Soleil's Witchblade because it'll weaken everything. And make your beam stronger. And I definitely recommend going for the Dying God, if you can support it. Speaking of manticores, I want one of those as a pet. You know how the Nemesis relic gives you that blue manticore? I want an ethereal version of that relic. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard that the Titan Quest, because the engine is older, it would be a little clunkier. Because I'm aware of what Titan Quest is, and basically Grim Dawn's system is a cleaned up version of that. Also, style-wise, like, Grim Dawn suits my style. I'm not big on post-apocalyptic, but I really like the gothicness of Grim Dawn. Best way to reach Nemesis is to farm trash. You just gotta kill things. Once you get to... So once you get Nemesis, though, with one person, farm the Nemesis monsters and get the warrants to pass to your other guys, because that'll make getting Nemesis with your sub-characters a lot easier. But you just gotta kill things. It's the quickest way. Just find giant trash, just giant mobs, kill them, kill heroes, and you'll eventually get there. It makes things like undead, ethereals, and chthonics really easy to farm Nemesis for, because they're everywhere. And there are tons of bosses and stuff for them. But, like, your chosen between Order and Order and Caimans, those are harder to farm up, because they're in fewer places. Same thing with Cronley's gang. Because they pretty much only have a couple areas you can go through. I've heard stories about the boss scaling and how the legendaries or legendary equivalent work. It depends on what damages you're doing, honestly. If you're doing lightning and fire, Caimans. If you're using that demolitionist to combo with another class, like I did with my sorcerer here, it's up in the air. And getting through Kaiman's quest and getting someone at Nemesis with Order so I can fight Xantarin, kind of on my list. I just have to do it. I might do it with my Witchblade because I decided to go with Kaiman's with that guy. Oh yeah, we can, like, my Witchblade. Everyone who was here on Monday and saw me struggling with it should go look at the video I posted yesterday. I basically solved the Witchblade problem for the time being. Arcanist, of course. I recommend getting Electra's Flash Freeze. Flash freezing your way through things until you get to 11. Then you could probably respec over to Demolitionist for a power hit for Fire Strike or for Panetti's. Some people do say Shaman Max Swarm. I personally don't like the energy regen on that. The energy cost, I should say, on that. I did it with an Arcanist. It was not difficult. I mean, you could even do a druid and mix both. Yeah, you know how I played that Spellbreaker earlier and he has an RNG defense? Well, those mines actually can kill him pretty easily. Ground effects kill that Spellbreaker. You have to be really careful around them. That's why Kilbrian is still sort of a risky boss to fight with that guy. Same thing with Alcamos. Like, that's why I don't stand in Alcamos' rings. That's a really good question, Echoing. It's a really good question. I think you'd have to test it out. My initial thought would be no, but it might. That'd be a really hard thing to test too, because you'd have to go in, kill a bunch of mobs, and then let your skeletons attack things, and try to compare damage numbers. I'd almost say it's to the point where it's probably not even worth considering, though. Wait, what would have that, too? Is that the Arcane Storm? Yeah, you could try it out. I'm not saying don't try it. But yeah, it's definitely a thing. It's a thing that I don't have a strict answer to. See, that is something where some form of dynamic tooltip would be really helpful. Because you can get those tooltips in, like, your weapon damage with conversion. Like, if you put something in one of the 2 weapon slots on the right, you can actually see the damages on those abilities. And you can see what's being converted and what isn't. And it would be really helpful to have that on other tooltips. Like, I'd love to see Electra's Flash Freeze, like, actually list the actual cold damage it's doing with the actual Frostburn it's doing, while equipped with Warp Fire, which converts, you know, a chunk of that to fire damage and burn damage. And I'd like to see that in the tooltip. I don't think it'd be that difficult to add because the tooltips are expandable thanks to the way Devotion works. So having Aether converted to Lightning, you would have that as, like, the skeleton, vitality damage, Aether damage, lightning damage. I think it's entirely possible you could program that in. I mean, I don't have to do that. It would just be a nice quality of life change. Honestly, I would just work them into something like a Phantasmal Blades build. I'm going to work them into my Phantasmal Blades build. My Vitality Conjurer, I'm going to try. I don't know if she has the spare points to get them, but I'm going to try to put them in with a Vitality Conjurer. And they're on my Albrecht's Aether Ray guy, and they work out pretty well. They're not game-changing, though. Like, this guy's focused heavily on Aether, and he, like, and they deal, like, a couple thousand damage a swing. I think I've seen them crit for 3-4K. So they're helpful added damage, is how I would put it. But yeah, if you have a Vitality build or an Aether build, you can work them into the build. Completely legitimately. Also, like, so we didn't play the speculation about the 8th Mastery game earlier. But if it is a Necromancer, it's probably going to have Vitality damage and Aether damage in there. And allow you to make that devotion really, really good. Yeah, that's what a lot of people are speculating. That it was foreshadowing the new mastery. Because if you look at, say, the Order of Death's Vigil, they're all cold Vitality Aether. If you look at those skeletons now, they're Vitality Aether. You look at the Necromancer's Death Grips, aka Necromancer Gloves, they're cold Vitality. So a lot of people who are speculating Necromancer, I actually don't know if a lot of people are doing it. I'm doing it. That's my speculation. If they do a Necromancer, that's what it's going to be, is cold Vitality Aether. I wouldn't do it. You could try it. I don't think... well, no, actually, no. Never mind. You could do it if you get the obsidian sledgehammer thing. Because I'm going to show a build real quick. I did it with a trickster. So... So the thing about a hybrid build is you don't have a lot of points to work with. So you have to kind of figure out how you want to handle you attacking while your pets are attacking. So this guy's a hybrid build. So he has things that let him support his pets and do his own attacks. But the way he does his own attacks is thanks to this helmet with the Winter King's Might ability. Which is this. Sort of Glacial Cascade without the cool sound effect. While his pets also deal damage. So there is a two-hander called the, I want to say Obsidian Juggernaut. Though I don't think that's it. That is it. The Obsidian Juggernaut. And the Obsidian Juggernaut has a chaos version of this attack. It's almost exactly the same thing, but it's chaos crystals. And if you use that as your main attack, you open up a lot of points, because you're not pointing in anything for this, in the Occultist to run a pet hybrid build. Because you'll have this ability as your main attack. You'll have your Hellhound wandering around. You'll have a Raven maybe, and you could do it like that as a hybrid attack, a hybrid pet build. I think a Necromancer would be fine. I'm going to sound weird on this. I don't want it to be a pet class. And if it has any sort of pet elements, I'd want it to be like the Shaman. I just want one summon ability, and that's it. Otherwise, I want a lot of unique death-themed abilities that aren't pet-based. Because we have 2 pet classes already, and I don't think we need a third. So I'd rather see something that's more unique for that. And you could probably work the skeletons in there. Since they're vitality damage based and the Occultist has a heavy vitality damage focus, you could probably pick up the Conjurer. More vitality damage right there. It's like, bam. Done. I use Elemental Seekers. They're great. They actually deal quite a bit of damage themselves, and there's 3 nodes in there that basically give you 100% elemental damage. I think people don't... Like, there is kind of this idea that they don't... Like, elemental sucks, but it's like... I don't think it sucks at all. I think it's actually pretty great. And yeah, this sword's okay. So yeah, this build, the reason it works so well as a hybrid build too is that helmet gives you the Glacial Cascade ability, right? And it's also pet based. Well, the sword is trickster oriented. It's cold damage, which fits with the helmet, and it's also pet based and has that ability for pets on it. But you also have the Heart of the Mountain, which is cold based, trickster based, pet based, and oh look at that, you get a cold pet out of it. So these 3 items are sort of a pseudo set. And then you sort of get things like the Fiend Master Raiment. He's using Death Whisper leggings, but I'd probably switch it out for a green pair of pants or pretty great pants for the defenses. You can do Necromancer's Death Grips with this because the ghosts you summon are also cold damage based, even though they scale with pet bonuses, so that helps. Yeah, it's otherwise some pretty okay stuff he has. I mean, Ancestors, whatever. I actually think Ancestor's a little better than the other pet relic. And yeah, he has the skeletons. So the skeletons are actually going to deal okay damage with him, because he does have a lot of vitality damage. And you can do some hybridizing stuff in your devotion tree. I have a video on this guy. You can go look at it. It's a little old, because it's sort of an older version of the game. But I would actually consider putting more points in Anatomy of Murder, only because it would help the skeletons. Though it's not really necessary, honestly. It's a pretty fun build. I really do like it. It's just, I have other builds I like playing more. So I would say, if you don't mind the look of the Leviathan, go for that. I don't like the way the whirlpools look. I've never been a fan of them. But the tree is really good for cold damage. I personally prefer Amatok, because a lot of times whenever I'm doing a cold build, I'll end up with that Primordial Eldritch combination. So I tend to go Amatok. Blizzard also feels more like a cold ability to me than whirlpools. So Alcamos Scythe. I think you would probably go Spellbreaker with Pneumatic Burst, because it fits Pneumatic Burst so well, even though it is a two-hander. Because you reduce the cooldown a lot. You have the lifesteal in there. Spellbreaker naturally has a lot of defenses, so you don't need any like shield or anything. You can maybe go Trickster. Maybe go Witch Hunter if you want, but yeah, I'd recommend Spellbreaker. Spellbreaker, Amarastas. It's the way to go with that, I think. Yeah, I'm about to finish the stream off, Xflamex. And you're welcome. Thank you for coming. But first, on Friday, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to start a little earlier, about an hour or two earlier than I started today. And I think I'm just going to do some random stuff. I might level up the Witchblade a bit more. I might level up my Sorcerer a bit more. Or I could do the Conjurer. It's up in the air what I'm going to do. I don't have any plans for anything on Friday. And then I'll take a break for dinner. At around 5 o'clock EST. 5:30, 5 o'clock, 5:30 EST. Come back and we will play Monster Hunter. And for Monster Hunter, it's going to be farming up the Azure Rathlos Deviant set. So the Red Helm Azure Rathlos set, or farming all 10 quests. We're going to do, me and Kavo, possibly, are going to marathon the deviant monsters in Monster Hunter whenever we're available to. We're going to try to make it Friday night because it's Friday night hunts. So we are going to we're going to go for that. We're going to go, and I think every week we're going to farm up with different monsters. Either armor set, or we're going to go through all 10 quests in the chain. As both a challenge and a task. So we'll see about that. If you have Monster Hunter Generations, you are more than welcome to come along. Yeah, those swords are really cool looking, aren't they? That is Malkader's Dreadblade, the one in his left hand, and that is Locksmere's Frostblade. And they're rolled really, really well. To the point where I have a Soul Rend on him, and Soul Rend is worse. Though this is going to sound funny, I'm kind of thinking of switching out the Locksmere Frostblade for a Empowered Reaper's Touch. Just to have a different weapon for a while and see how it works. And to give him more Order of Death's Vigil gear. It's kind of a thing I've been wanting to do for a while. Almost as a challenge. Yeah, so Friday night, potentially gonna marathon some deviant monsters. That's the plan, at least on paper. Depends on if Kava works late or not. I mean, I'll still be here and I'll still stream Monster Hunter, and that's still the plan, but yeah, we'll see. So that's going to be the stream for tonight. Thanks everyone so much for coming along. Thank you to the new followers. Welcome to the channel. And I think that about covers everything. So thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I will see you guys next stream.